recommend for specifically day trading, like in a day-to-day time frame? I know there's PSAR that's good for telling you when if you can scale, right? Isn't that what PSAR is?
VWAP.
Yeah, like I think it's
Volume
like parabolic something.
volume weighted average profile is a good indicator.
Got you. So VWAP. Okay, I'll look into it.
Yeah, VWAP is really cool.
And what does that necessarily do? What does that tell you exactly?
Well, sometimes you get a big green candle or a big red candle, but there's not a lot of volume there. So the VWAP helps you track the real price, in my opinion.
Okay. Definitely. Yeah, I'll definitely add that on the trading views. So yeah, another question. Which do you think is better? Do you think Bloomberg News is better or Wall Street Journal, or is there one that's even more efficient
No.
at like filtering out bias?
They're trying to get exit liquidity for majority of that news. Go to Twitter. If you got a question about a stock, put that ticker into Twitter. See what the retail traders are saying first. And
Got you.
you can go to openinsider.com, put in the ticker, and see who's selling the stocks.
But is there anything that can tell you about what's happening instantly, like real-time data, the second it comes out?
Do you have TradingView of the news things on?
Like, is that something I gotta subscribe to get, or is it like automatic?
I don't think you have to subscribe. I think they have like a news thing that's kind of like a little bit free, but also just some stocks you can just set alerts. Like,
Yeah.
like what stock specifically are you trading?
I mean, so far it's really just been SPY, and I did get into TSM. I wanted to get in yesterday, but I forgot to do it. I had like a call for it, but it's still, I guess it's probably could run up more later on. But I kind of want to know when these kind of news, like the 100 billion thing with TSM, I want to catch those the second. Like
like my friend talked about TSM.
Yeah, and just like how I think it's called ADA or Cardano, is that what it's called?
Yeah, Cardano is ADA.
Yeah, like the second, because I saw when you posted that tweet, what Donald Trump, was talking about, there was like about 30 to 40 minutes that somebody could have got in before it started skyrocketing, So I want to have that kind of data the second it comes out, so that way I can, realize what would be the
Twitter notification. Like, you have to follow these people. Like, you should follow Trump on Truth Social. I know you don't want a lot of social medias for people out there, but get a Truth Social. He'll post there first before Twitter, and then for Twitter on X.com, follow Elon Musk. You gotta follow some of these people. Like, follow the CEO of the stocks that you are interested in researching.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. But would you say there's no website that could have financial news come out in real time?
There are, but if you want real time, Twitter is the place. Because a lot of those news websites, their source is Twitter. Their source is X.com or Truth Social Media. Elon will say something on Twitter majority of the times first, unless it's at a meeting. And if it's at a live meeting, like if Trump's speaking live, just watch the original live hearing.
Got you. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I'll have to create a Twitter account.
Yeah, X.com.
X, right. But yeah, that's what I've learned, yeah, for sure. Fundamental analysis, the indicators that I learned from you, those two have definitely been extremely helpful.
So Trump is going to be live tonight, giving that speech around 9 o'clock to Congress. I'm waiting on that speech. And this is something you're going to be watching live on Twitter.
I see. So yeah, it'll be...
They announced like these adding on these other cryptos on a Sunday evening live on Twitter. So
they're basically what is the purpose of the speech? Is it going to be about promoting those cryptocurrencies?
Hey, what's up, Sam F? I think, I don't know. We don't know what he's going to talk. He's talking to Congress, right? So if he's delivering a message to Congress right now, it may be related to crypto a little bit.
What about the tariffs? You think it will be any update on the tariffs or not?
Possibly, yeah. I think the tariffs is also interesting news to talk about.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Yeah,
But he may discuss like Ukraine and Russia. He may discuss no longer funding NATO or pulling out of NATO. The tariffs definitely shook a lot of the stock market today, though, right?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt.
That TSM stock probably suffered because of the tariffs. Their chips aren't made in
No,
America all the way.
surprisingly, TSM, yeah, it had a really decent day, but I think it's off of the news that that speech yesterday.
Okay. But Trump speaking tonight, it will make the markets move. If he says something significant, it will make the markets move.
Definitely, you're right.
And it's good he's doing this now while the stock market's closed, because crypto will take the arbitrage first.
So I guess it's really just dependent on what he says.
Tonight, whatever sentiment we see tonight will probably be what the stock market does early in the morning.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't say that because I mean tariffs aren't so great, but I got puts right now, so right now, I guess yeah, I'm trying to hope I can by market opening. I'm trying to close those trades.
Well, for crypto, Cardano, the founder, he got a deal in a White House with Trump and got Cardano included in the crypto reserve. So that's pretty
So then,
impressive.
yeah. So are you invested into Cardano?
I trade it sometimes. It's not at a worse price to buy it for a crypto. It's around 92 cents. It was at 63 cents the other day before Trump announced the reserve, and that shot up 83%, went to $1.16 before it cooled down. But Cardano is kind of making a big bull flag right now. And it's up significantly from November. It's still up 162% over the last 117 days. Cardano is a good network. When your transaction fails on Cardano, you don't have to pay a gas fee.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Cardano is really, and he's the co-founder of Ethereum. One of the co-founders of Ethereum is Charles. So he knows what he's doing. The network hardly goes down.
Yeah, I definitely got to study more on crypto. I still very new to it.
Well, even your chart patterns that you learned, plug in Cardano and it looks beautiful. Like, and people, the funny thing about Cardano, they had like over 400, about 500 days in total of dips that they could have bought. And if they would have bought anywhere in those 500 days of dips, now they're up over 150%. But Cardano had a similar run. Cardano was like 4 cents, and in the peak of the bull market in 2021, it went to $3. This coin went from 3 cents to $3. And that took less than 500 days when that happened before.
3 cents to you said 3 cents to $3
Yes.
in 500 days. Damn, that's crazy.
Well, realistically, it took about 900 days to get the traction, but yeah, a lot of it moved in 500 days. 500 days was their big movement. Because it came back down. We had a big dip. The COVID dip knocked it down to like 1.8 cents, and then it ran from there. So even if you bought it at 1.8 cents during the COVID dip, it's still up here at 93 cents for Cardano. People are waiting for Trump to speak.
I see. Yeah. Well, then pretty sure that if Trump speaks more about it, it's definitely going to go up more after his speech.
Absolutely. I mean, this was the catalyst that Cardano holders needed. Now some people that wanted to invest in Cardano can invest in it.
What about TSM? Do you think after the speech yesterday, since it had a positive impact on its share price, do you think it could be scalable? Like it's going to continue to reach higher heights?
That's a tough one because it's already the news didn't really push it up that much because the price was already so overbought. The weekly, the monthly, those technicals were already there. That's why I didn't have a really big pump.
I see.
That news was that's at liquidity pump. I mean, people probably sold on that news or trying to sell. They're not trying to buy at the absolute top of the stock and watching it come back down when they could take their money and buying these cheaper cryptos that Trump is going to buy for the reserve. And then the tariff as well. Because eventually the tariffs could affect that stock when the supply chain finally takes place.
What indicators are you using to be able to tell that people are? I know you showed me somewhat in person, but how do you know when they're liquidating out in the sense of that they're trying to get out of their positions? I don't know.
So you just look at the volume on the sell side. So if I look at TSM, well, I want to look at XRP. Can I use that one as the example?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
So the Ripple Foundation, they historically have been selling in the pumps for XRP. Like in 2021, you see they had a big pump for XRP, but then they sold it down. And they drove the price down drastically during that time before we had really good areas to buy. So I think RSI, how fast it goes from overbought to halfway, is a good indicator of people getting out. So when XRP was at 340, it's not really an indicator, but the candle pattern. You see these giant wicks on the top side?
Right.
These wicks on the top side are showing that, hey, look, we may be getting some sell pressure now at the top. These wicks are resistance, and this represents where people started selling at. And this is the weekly chart. You get a few weeks of this, you end up coming down generally because they're happy selling it there. And then if they even sell it back to halfway through the pump, if the volume follows, like you start getting the red volume as well. But those wicks showing that we had the big sell pressure. 1, 2,
Right.
3, 4, 5, about 5 weeks, and we're already down we're over $1 down on that XRP, which is huge. That's over 25%. So wicks are a dead giveaway when people start selling. And also, do you see the parabolic SAR? Whenever it's on that top side, that's also when people have begun selling. The parabolic SAR is going to be a little bit late though.
So do those wicks have a name? Because I remember when you gave Zoe that candlestick book, that trading book, that I read a little bit of it, and I could see that a bunch of the candles have names.
Yeah, so some of the wicks, like in chart patterns, if you combine the candles, they will have name. I keep this on the Heikinashi though. But like this is definitely right here. There's a green candle with the big wick up and down. That's a big indecisive candle, and we have 2 of those in a row. And that's after the price is up. And if you have the indecisive candle with the parabolic SAR like this, it's probably an area where people slowed down on the buy side. And did you read a little bit more about parabolic SAR and how people use it in trades?
I think from your video, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, you said that it was good for scaling. Like you can tell how to scale a trade, to know how to hold on to it and as it goes up.
Yeah, so basically the parabolic SAR, if you're in a winning trade, it keeps you in that winning trade. And the parabolic SAR kept people in this winning trade for XRP for about 400%. So if they stayed in the XRP, parabolic SAR on the weekly, they stayed in until like 400% price increase right there. And then now they start selling. And isn't it ironic that after the parabolic SAR stops right here, after the weekly is already overbought right here. But then when that weekly RSI is cooling down and then the parabolic SAR stopped, that was still like around $2.60, $2.80 was a good area for people to sell. Because a week later, we went down to like $1.80 on a big wick down.
Well, yeah, like I said, I definitely I have that implemented on my trading views, but yeah, I haven't really used it yet for an actual trade.
Pop it.
But I definitely.
Yeah, pop it open for a weekly on one of your charts and see what happened, and then backtest it on like 20 different charts that have a pretty good trading volume. See what happened there.
For sure. So, okay, I have a question with the indicators. So, let's say MACD is, say it's on an oversold side. Say MACD is indicating it's oversold, RSI is indicating it's oversold, but let's say,
Well, MACD doesn't say oversold.
oh, it doesn't. So, like, if the line is below it, like below the, I think, what is it, the blue line or whatever? Or
Well,
maybe
it
I'm
depends.
mistaken.
If your MACD line's crossing under your signal line, that's going to be bearish. But make sure your MACD, if you're looking at the histograms, what color is your histogram, or what chart are you looking at the MACD on?
I think it's blue and red.
I would change those. I would put your MACD as yellow and your signal line as white, and then we'll have the same colors.
Got you. Okay. Yeah, I can do that in trading views. But yeah, that's what my question was, that if one, say like the MA line is not let's say the share price is above it, right? So would that still be okay if, say, RSI saying oversold and say the MACD line is underneath, but MA is not, like, it's saying that it has more room before it hits that blue line? Would it matter, or do all three have to connect?
No, but I'll pull up a little bit of a MACD on like Bitcoin right here on the 5 minutes. This is what my Bitcoin MACD looked like on the 5 minutes. So ideally, like, you see how it was peaking out up here earlier? That may have been a good sell signal. And then when it was under the bottom, still not the absolute best buy signal, but it was an area where it could recover a little bit.
I see.
Because if you look at the chart now, right here, that red block was up there. And this is only 5 minutes, but by the time we went from the red block to oversold, when you zoom the chart like this, we went down about, it doesn't look like a lot, but when you measure, it's over 1%. And that's just on the 5 minutes. And that percentage moves as you get bigger time frames. For example, if I go over here and put Bitcoin on the weekly time frame, and if I look at the MACD on the weekly time frame, this is what we're seeing. Now, it's already the fourth week of bearish momentum picking up on that MACD. You have 4 big red bars. The moment we started losing bullish momentum was on the 16th of December. If you look right here, 16th of December, Bitcoin is about 97K. And if you look there, also the MACD were up above that moving average too. So people were up over 37% from that moving average. And if you're expecting the MACD to come back down, we'll probably come back to the moving average, which people were predicting that 26% drop. And it happened. This became a self-fulfilling prophecy, that indicator.
Yeah, the MACD is pretty effective. Yeah, you're right. It tells you beforehand.
Yep. And on the weekly, what we see here on this MACD, this is like very peak. If you measure back before, the only time we had a bigger peak was in 2021. But this was almost like double top peak of MACD. And it was like this was the second best time people could have sold their Bitcoin. Yeah, Trump's supposed to be speaking tonight, YouTube. I see him walking right now. People are waiting for him to speak. He's getting in the car right now. Yeah. When he starts talking, I'll pop up that audio a little bit as well. Let me see over here. Are you in any current trades on crypto, or is it just stocks?
Yeah, currently it's just the stock market. But I do want to get into futures at some point. I just have to work on my indicators and just get more familiarized with the futures trading.
Yeah, I would spend a few hours a day back testing all these indicators on crypto, and then on a day, like put it on a daily when you get ready, and then check what happened that day. Check the news, check Twitters. This is what our daily MACD looks like. Our daily and our weekly are conflicting, right? Which one do you think is more powerful?
I'm gonna have to say The weekly, right?
Yeah, the weekly. People usually get trapped in areas like this, and then the monthly looks like this. This is what the monthly MACD looks like, and you're telling me people want to buy it? Nah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Ah, man. But yeah, it's wild that the monthly MACD looks like this, and people still want to buy Bitcoin. It's funny.
Yeah, it's definitely overbought.
Yeah. Well, the monthly RSI looks like this. Monthly RSI is really overbought. Not at the peak, but it already got bearish momentum from the peak to show that confirmation that people selling it.
Yeah, it's crazy because, like I said, yeah, if I didn't know about indicators, I would be clueless on this stuff. So,
Well,
yeah.
and then Trump's going to come out and talk, and when he talked about the reserve, a lot of these cryptos started pumping from reserve because we had a very big dip recently. I mean, it's not pumping. We're not getting new all-time high on a lot of these alts right now. Like, look, Doge is very far from all-time high. Ethereum's super far from all-time high. Bitcoin's still over $20,000 from all-time high.
So, are you suggesting it's a pretty good entry for shorting after, say, if it has a large impact on the speech? If there's
It might be a good entry shorting if we get one more big pump up, because there's still people like Sailor that do irrational buys on Bitcoin. But the smart money already started shorting Bitcoin. They started shorting above 97K. And to hedge it, some of them put money into gold, some put money into crypto, altcoins. I think tonight when we're watching it, if Trump does talk about the reserve, I don't know, people will get happy. I think it's going to be a different type of meeting though. It's 8:30 p.m. Eastern, so it might be a very important announcement, especially talking about the tariffs and everything too. I think we want to keep the budget so that we don't have a government shutdown.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, do you think that it's going to escalate even further? Do you think this trade war is going to continue to escalate, or they're going to find some type of agreement?
So the tariffs is really a negotiating deal. They don't want to come in and tax unnecessary taxes on the people. These countries have been like having tariffs on America. Trade between America and China has not always been fair. If we want to sell American products to China, we have to pay tariffs. It's unfortunate. And this is that negotiating room to help us lower that. Overall, yes, short term is going to be some pain, but overall it's the benefit. We have to stand up for ourselves. Trump's president, not Joe Biden anymore, so I think he will stand up. We have to do a trade war here to get it fits, but I think the other countries will come to agreement, especially Canada. The smaller countries like Canada, they will fold the fastest. Canadians don't have that Canadian pride. After their president froze bank accounts for the trucker protest, Canadian pride is at an all-time low right now. Canadian dollar versus US dollar is at all-time low.
Yeah, they definitely can't afford to.
Farmland, for example. We have an abundance of oil. If we start mining and drilling for the oil, we have the oil in America. We don't have to rely on Canada. A lot of the products that come from Canada, we can get inside of America. What I'm hoping for, though, I'm hoping that Trump lets people know that they're going to have Dogecoin as part of the reserve. And I hope that happens sometime this week before the 7th. That would be the ideal scenario. Ideally, that would be the best case scenario. And I think Elon will convince Trump to adopt Dogecoin for that reserve. Anyways, if you get into crypto, I think Ethereum is probably one of the Ethereum or Unicorn Fart Dust are still some of those better buys in these areas.
Yeah, I've definitely seen you talk a lot about UFD. I haven't put any money in there yet, but yeah, I mean, maybe you can convince me what is it about? Or I know there's the creator is Ron, right?
Yeah, Ron's Basement, he's the creator. But basically, the utility is that it's a big meme coin with a big community. And that community is what gives Unicorn Fart Dust the value. If you go on Twitter and you type $UFD and you search, you see a lot of active posts.
So he's doing a lot of posts about it.
Yeah, well, he does live streams daily, which is very good for a developer to do. Being active in the community, being active in Twitter Spaces, talking, networking. The guy's doing a really good job at all of that stuff. So JD Vance, Bernie Sanders, a lot of these people are already walking into the building. Senator Warren. We're about to get this show on the road, people. Trump's going to be giving a speech tonight. I hope you guys are ready.
Yeah, I definitely got to check it out.
And the Unicorn Fart Dust, like it's immutable. They can't mint more tokens. They can't change the contract address.
We got to check it out.
Yeah.
What's good, Tame? What's good, everybody?
Getting ready for listening to Trump's speech to Congress tonight. A lot of people are curious to what he's going to say and how this will affect cryptocurrency and the world markets.
Yes, sir. Hold those bunny ears up. Let's go.
Gemini was throwing shade at Cardano earlier, and then people figured out that Cardano has 25 times the trading volume, 24 times the trading volume of Gemini entire exchange. It's hilarious.
Well, yeah, I mean, all of Asia, right? I mean, God, they love it. It held up well today too.
Yes, sir. If I was new to crypto right now, and I had to buy, if I could not wait for a dip, Cardano right now 94 cents, buy. Ethereum 21.78, buy. Dogecoin 20 cents, buy. Unicorn Fart Dust 7 cents, buy. That's really what people are seeing right now. They're looking what Trump put on the reserve, and I think Elon will convince them to put Dogecoin on the reserve.
Well, yeah, and I think some of this tariff stuff's starting to soften up a little bit too. So I think, hopefully we'll start to see a curve here moving into the end of the week.
Yeah, the tariff thing. I mean, these people already, some of these guys already have hints about it.
Man, everybody's getting hints now. All this inside stuff, man. The thing is technology is getting so good, and there's just so many ways to get inside stuff. And I don't know. We live in such a crazy time, and with crypto, it's bizarre. But I think we're getting ready to go up here. Far dust shot up from last night, huh? You were like, bye, bye, bye. That was a good signal.
Yeah, Unicorn Fart Dust is good. They made a meme coin about JD Vance today. I'll pop that up on YouTube. I talked about it on the Discord earlier, and this thing ran today. This thing ran. This is the meme coin about JD Vance.
Yeah,
Please.
that's great, man. The other thing I was looking at today was liquidity on the sideline, and I don't think a lot of people really understand the amount of liquidity right now that just can't wait to get in the market. Look, the tariff things, it's a scary thing. I mean, inflation, causes prices to go up. I mean, it's concern. And then you want to know what retaliation is going to be in some of these other countries or whatever's happening. But I think as that softened up now, I was looking at this liquidity, as we went under 3 trillion. There is a lot of money right now that's just waiting. And I mean, now that you have, the news on Cardano, you got the news on XRP, things are shifting right now where I think a lot of that liquidity that was in these really small cap coins, like some of the real shitty ones, right? I think a lot of these people are like, well, let's get serious. Let's put it in a real project. Okay. Well, I lost money. My bag's lighter, but let's throw it in Cardano. And I think to your point, yeah, man, if you've got some extra dry powder, man, put it in Cardano because it's probably going to take off. XRP, Doge, the silence of Elon, I think, and I was talking about this earlier, I think there's gotta be something, 7 more states for X payments. There's news coming, man. I think we're gonna go bananas, like I said last night.
Yeah, for this chart, please, it's up 200% from when I first mentioned it earlier today. But there's also some big sell-offs. It went down it had a big drop after I mentioned it earlier. Went down 16%. I even had a sell signal in Discord for it already filled the sell signal earlier for for people to double. What
is that?
This is the meme coin about JD Vance called Please.
Oh.
And in Discord, I had the sell signal at 1.3 because we saw it so early. People were up double at this point. It was up over 273% at this point. So I was like, okay. And I already sold it earlier too. I was like, I'm not going to be someone else's exit liquidity. I'll sell it. And this thing still ran after. And right now, JD Vance, he's on the screen right now. And as he's on the screen right now, this thing was still getting some traction. And then the other meme coin that I bought after, that I'm holding right now, is this one, FAFO. And Elon tweeted FAFO earlier, and we had a nice little green candle as well. We even went up over 15% after my buy as well. I'll drop the contract in the chat for the FAFO if you guys want to see it. But right now, these meme coins, this was low market cap.
Whatever happened? Didn't you launched a coin? Didn't you launch a tame coin or something? How's that doing?
The chart's still up and to the right. We do have low liquidity after all the rewards. But a lot of people made profit in Discord that sold it, that got for free. And then I think
there we go, man.
As Pulse Chain's getting traction, that we probably get more interest. Pulse Chain's still hard for people to use, so hopefully the developers of Pulse Chain make it easier. And we started the Tame token well rewards last month. The rewards started getting paid out. The people's first reward for the 2 months, majority of them, got paid 33 USDC. So I gave them the option. I was like, hey, do you guys want a payout on the reward, or do you want to add it to the liquidity pool? They chose the payout reward, so we did that. And I offered them the same thing this time. So the next payout reward would be next month, and they'll have the option. Do they want it in liquidity pool, or do they want to receive it themselves?
There you go.
And it's funny because there's multiple points. If they wanted to buy 100 million Tame token, 100 million Tame token would have cost anywhere from $20 to $100 multiple times before. And that reward for the people, the whales, was $33. So a lot of people already made back drastically more profit.
Where did you create that? Did you create that on Pulse Chain?
Yeah, it's a Pulse Chain token, PRC20.
People don't know how to facilitate all that shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's very brutal.
They get confused when it comes to, I tell you this, I remember when Hex launched. No, maybe it wasn't Hex. Maybe it was Pulse Chain, but this is
yeah, Pulse Chain, because Hex launched on Ethereum.
Yeah, years ago, man, and I was trying to buy it, whatever, and it was just oh my god, man! I just said fuck it. Just said fuck it. But anyway, this morning, I was looking at Bitcoin, and I was looking at liquidity that we had more on the upside than we had on the downside. And man, I was just hoping Bitcoin could break that 85, and it did, and retested. And we've been kind of holding 87 pretty right now. I like where it's sitting. I think the market's just kind of like trying to figure it all out. What do we do? Are the tariffs softening up now? You know, Trump, I think, is going to be bullish. I think Eric Trump's a little bit. I kind of agreed with Alex Becker's video. I don't know if you saw that, but he kind of did his little rant. But that guy scams coins too. He's kind of like a hypocrite. Talked about that earlier too. But I think all in all, man, I think the more eyes on crypto, whether it's politically, it's causing more adoption through social media. I don't think a lot of people realize that, how many people now, just from last bull cycle to now, with how much the market cap is right now, and look at the look at the stage we're in right now. We're in the first quarter of a new year. Understanding, like, we got 3 more quarters to go. Could we go to war? Yeah. But now the Zelensky guy's regretting, his actions in the White House. There's just weird shit going on all over the place. So the first quarter, I think, is going to play out, but I think the bullish ones will yet to come this year.
Oh yeah, the gentleman on Discord that was having stock questions earlier. Do you have any more questions?
You're not talking to me, are you?
No, he was in here talking a little bit before you came in.
My bad. Can you ask me that again?
Oh yeah, do you have any more questions right now before Trump starts his speech tonight?
No, I'm just trying to, absorb
Let's
as much
go.
information as possible. So yeah, right now that answered all my questions.
All right.
And also,
crypto's
nice
a
to meet you,
constant.
Bones.
Hey, brother, nice to meet you, man. I've been in crypto for 13 years. I've listened to Tame for years. I just seldomly come on here and shoot the shit, but crypto's changing. It's interesting, and there's always a ton to learn, man. So right back at you.
Awesome. Yeah, because I'm completely new to it. When it comes to crypto, very new. I've learned a little bit about stocks, but I still have a lot to learn. And yeah, Tame has been helping me with indicators and everything like that. So all info, I'm greatly appreciated. Just a student of the game.
That's what he does, man. And some people come in here and they soak up all the information. And they start their own streams, man. I mean, there's constant information from here, man. From this, I've gained so much. I've made money, literally from Tame's green blocks. Sometimes I've lost money from those, but all in all, it is what it is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna try to strive to do the same so I can get out of Amazon, try to make a living from this.
There you go, man. Well, at least you got a job, and I always tell people, like, keep your day job, focus on that, man. And then, put your focus into crypto, man, and just absorb as much info. You're doing exactly what you should be doing. When I started in crypto, I think I had 10 grand, and I can't tell you through the journey how much money I've lost, like in the millions. Okay. Like 500,000 and like 500 grand in one day. But you learn the process. You learn. Oh, well, I've been in a long time, but you learn the process. As you go, it strengthens your composure. You start understanding the rhythm of how it works and liquidity and how the indicators work. And, you don't watch all these ding dongs on YouTube, hyping you up and saying, bye, bye, bye. This was a pretty real channel that Tame has, man. He does. He's a smart guy, man. And he's only been in it, what, Tame, 3-4 years? Something like that.
Yeah, it's not too long.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a wealth of information. So, but yeah, I mean, there's volatility, like you see, just like you see what's happening with Bitcoin. I mean, this thing's going up 10,000, down 10,000. This is all money being made and lost. You know what I mean? So you're gonna have to expect, especially if you're trading. Like, Tame doesn't win 100% of his trades. I don't. Nobody does. right? You just have to know how to deal with it, how to hedge properly, and you start learning. You start understanding and learning. Okay, well, if I'm stuck in a long, where can I hedge that? Where's the value with that? Or do you DCA? You know what I mean? There's just so many different variables rather than beating yourself up and going, damn, fuck. Because trust me, I've been there.
Yeah, yep. No, what you're saying is absolutely true because that's what I experienced earlier today. And I just realized that, wow, the stuff that Tame just taught me and I utilized it and it worked perfectly. So I realized it's not as random and it's really a skill. Like there's times where you could get lucky, but then there's a lot of times where you don't. And I just realized that it's an actual skill and not just
Yeah.
taking random guesses.
Yeah, and when you came over to where I live, and I showed you in person some of these charts and GameStop and stuff, literally the next day, GameStop started running again.
Yeah, you're right. And you broke it down for why it would.
And the funny part was, when I showed this guy the in person, I was wearing the same shirt that I had in the video like 6 months ago.
Yeah, you called that long on GME Tame. I remember that real early, way before the tweet. You even had GME up on your chart before that.
Well, my green blocks last time came in at about $11 also for GameStop. It was really good.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and you mentioned about MSTR, and yeah, it took a hit not too long after that.
What is Trump coin doing? Because he is talking. I always like to look at his coin, even though I don't own any of that shit. That Trump looks good. That's an easy go to a dollar coin right there.
Trump coin?
Easy. Yeah, that's easy.
Wait. Stop. Don't say that. It's not a pump.fun coin. The supply dynamics are different. Even after the dip right here, it's still $2.6 billion market cap. But wait, why are you saying Trump coin could go to $1? It's at $13 right now.
No. I'm sorry. I meant $100.
You think that the market cap of Trump coin could go up to $26 billion?
Well, I mean, I'm not looking at all that. I just looked at where it went. It ran to $80. Trump's the president.
Well, that's before the distribution. It did that on low distribution. Don't forget that wallet, the Trump wallet, had over 80% of total supply. So as that supply is coming out, it's sell pressure. Oh, yeah. FAFO is getting some buys right now. Okay.
Everything's getting buys right now, man. Look at Doge. Doge is getting buys. Is Trump talking right now?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some juice. I'll let the audio play. I should be back in like 2 minutes or less. Feel free to talk to each other while I go real quick.
So yeah, Bones, what would you recommend someone new? What's the first things to do to get into the crypto world?
Supreme Court.
Figure out where you want to, if you want to invest, if you want to trade, if you want to leverage trade. Figure out how much money you're working. What are you working with? Yeah, just depends. I always tell people, don't just jump in and like buy a hype coin. Figure out what you want to do. Who are you? Do you want to learn how to trade? Crypto Revolution. Followed that guy since literally like he started his channel. Probably one of the best guys that gives away like free indicator videos. I mean, he's got a plethora of information. I watched that guy go from literally 9 to 5 working to Lambo, probably worth $50 million right now. you know, maybe more than that. That's the thing about crypto is it really is a reflection of who you are as a person, you know, like I've always been an athletic guy, man. I like to compete. I like to win and I like to dominate, you know? So if you put those emotions into crypto with, you know, passion and focus, you figure it out, you know? So it does kind of create a little bit of who you are. And you got to be careful too, because sometimes it affects your life and relationships. It affects your emotions. It affects your work. And I went through all that. Now I don't go through any of that, but I did in the beginning stages, you know, of literally, hey, I'm up 10 grand. Fuck, down to a grand. It went back up to 6 grand. Fuck, it's down to $100. Yeah, it's fucking over. You know, you're hitting the table and then it goes back up. So all that volatility in your emotions is super toxic for like your serotonin and just as an individual and like, you know, just living in, you know, your surroundings. You just absorb a lot of negative energy with crypto. So that's why I say it's important to figure out your game plan. Don't risk more than you can lose, you know, and just keep it simple. Like you don't have to get too complicated in crypto when you start. Like keep it super simple. Hey man, I got a job, I'm making $1,000 a week. You know, I've got good friends, I'm living good, blah blah blah. You know, make sure that foundation stays healthy. Then scale in with whatever, you know, and start simple. Little game plan, you know, say I'm going to utilize some time management. So I'll devote 2 hours a day, you know, and do it the right way. Because, I mean, look at the kid that just pulled the trigger on a live stream. I mean, I've seen everything in this space, literally. He's not the only one. There's been so many people jumped off bridges, blew their heads off because they get addicted and they end
Yeah.
up putting everything into crypto and it becomes like a fucking drug. And that's why I say keep your life the way it is and enjoy it and build this little by little. And I've seen a lot of people um, get in this space and get real lucky. I mean, literally, like, hey, I put $1,000. I mean, you guys hear the stories, and I made $1,000,000. And you want to chase that, like that's what retail wants to do. Like, let's figure out. Let me get on Solana. Let me watch the ding dong on YouTube. Let me They sit down, they absorb it. They want to get out of the rat race. It's like, but you just got to be careful because you can lose you can lose a lot and at the end of the day it's a casino, you know.
That's true. Yeah, it has a huge impact on you psychologically. That's at least something I realized, and it's important if
Yeah.
you're gonna be a really good trader or in crypto or in stocks. You have to focus on your mental state, stay calm, to stay to the
Mm-hmm.
plan. You know, don't let your
Yep.
emotions run wild. Otherwise, every trade will be a losing trade.
Yepper.
But yeah, I appreciate the advice, man. I'm gonna definitely take it.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like I said, man, I mean, you know, people jump in this space and they just go bonkers and they go all in and they fucking jump out a window, you know. Have a game plan, walk in slow, figure it out, you know, hang out with good mentors like Tame, you know, and you know, you don't got to get there tomorrow. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the example that crypto has. You know, with a lot of these kids is they see it. They're like, oh, they go to school or something. They go to high school and they hear about the kid, you know, that's in the same school in the same class, and he made 500 grand and blah blah blah, you know, and they want it tomorrow. Like they want that big bag tomorrow. Like crypto's not going anywhere. You know, it's here, and there's always going to be opportunities. So like that's why I always tell people, like even my brother, because he loses a trade and he gets real hard himself. I'm like, brother, like there's going to be a million trades down the road. You know, because you lost one trade and you're trading with a lot of money and you're losing 20 grand. You know, you're too hard on yourself. You know, so take a couple steps back, pump the brakes. That's the problem though. There too is a lot of people. I'm telling you, man, like I see it in my gym. Kids are looking at the charts in the sauna. They're just when the bull run's going, man. These kids are like in the gym looking at it. They're like, oh fuck, Doge went down. Shit, I just
Man.
lost my PR. You know what I mean? But it is
Yeah.
psychologically, it's hard to put the charts down, especially if you're winning. You know.
Yeah, it can become addicting. Yeah, it's a great feeling.
Anybody?
So I'm back, and they're getting ready for the speech. The FAFO started pumping again. Please went to like 2.7 cents. All right, they're clapping their hands. Trump just walked in. They're clapping their hands. All right, let's see what happened in crypto. Go to YouTube, listen to the audio.
She never ages, man.
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Let me show you guys something interesting. So literally before this started, this is the weird part. You don't see it, but someone put like $6,000 order right here on FAFO. Like, what is this? That's like a $6,000 candle right there on FAFO, right before Trump's speech.
Because John, I have several excerpts here from his speech, and he will name check former President Biden several times. As an example, he will say Joe Biden.
Is that your mic, Bones, or is that the other guys talking?
Yeah. Sorry, man. I'll mute my mic here. I'm just watching it.
I didn't know
thought maybe you'd have it on.
Yeah, I have the audio if you watch the chart or if you go to YouTube.
Okay, got it. Oh shit. Okay. Well. Come on, Doge. Doge.
Why would they put a $6,000 candle on this coin right before the speech? That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
All these rich people shaking hands. Oh, it's a pleasure to see you. Hello. Oh, looking so dapper, man.
They didn't even start talking yet, and crypto's still holding right here, like waiting.
I think it's like the pre-market, man. It's kind of people know.
Carlo can't hear anything. Yeah, Elon did a FAFO tweet today too, which really got my interest peaked.
And Mr. Carnivore himself. Sauce needs a job, Tame. Put that application in. Put that appy app in.
Sauce needs a job. I personally don't have any work for people to do, but I thought someone was asking to be a Cardano janitor. I was like, just go ask on Charles' page. I think a lot of people stop hiring people to do stuff when they start talking with AI. Unfortunately. AI can get what I need done in like 10 seconds. No downtime. I don't have to talk back and forth with a human being.
$0.95 Cardano. I'd like to see ETH get a nice pump here.
Right.
Yeah, man, let's stabilize that. I did get my buy on Doge at 8.5. Got lucky.
People are still buying Please. It's at 2.8 cents right now. This thing was like half a cent when we talked about it on YouTube earlier. It's at 2.8, almost 2.9 cents. $27 million market cap. FAFO is about $3.2 million market cap.
Mexico and Canada 25%.
Please is up 141% from launch. Jesus. Please is about to hit 3 cents. I hate saying that ticker name more than unicorn fart dust. I hate saying the name Please.
Yeah, that thing took off, huh?
They made so many
Doge.
memes about him. Wow.
Yeah, I forgot what that feels like. I haven't been on one of those rides in a minute.
And then FAFO is also getting that love right now too. Someone put $6,000 in right before this speech is going on. But yeah, we're about to hit 3 cents on Please.
Come on, Trump.
Wow. This is wild that this is the one pumping before the speech is Please. By the way, they already listed this on Wheats, I believe. So when Wheats tweeted about this, that's when I looked into it a little bit deeper. I'm probably going to pull that tweet up for you guys as well. Let's see real quick.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Is it? Huh.
21 hours ago, this is what Wheats put. This was 21 hours ago. If you would have got Please 21 hours ago, you would be up significantly right now. Look, we just hit 3.5 cents on Please. Jesus. Jesus. People kept buying Please. Holy moly. Wow.
That was a liquidation grab right there.
No, it's not on futures. That's not liquidation grab. But yeah, it hit 3.5 cents. People already had their limit orders. Trump is walking in. They're clapping their hands for the guy. Wow.
Got a maroon tie on tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, man, that's different, right?
Yes, sir. What does maroon mean? Let me check. It just talks about building trust. But FAFO started getting more buys as well during this time. Let me look at FAFO during this time as well. Somebody knows something I don't know. Oh, look! 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 He had maroon on in this picture right here. I knew I saw maroon earlier today. I was like, where did I see maroon? This meme. You know, after I put this meme, Joe Exotic replied, well, he liked it.
Isn't that the tiger guy?
Yeah.
That's Tiger Belly guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please is still getting buys. It's at 3 cents. Look at that. And FAFO's finally... Oh, FAFO's getting the big pump now. Liquidity's rolling into FAFO. Holy moly. Look at that. Maybe some of this liquidity from Please is rolling into FAFO. Because as that was getting wicked, we're getting some green candles here. America. Land of the free, home of the green candles. Dude, they are buying FAFO during this time. God, can we spend less time clapping? What the fuck? I'm already getting tired. This is like a gym workout. Like, this is like a gym workout. Jesus Christ. Woo!
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Woo! They love Melania.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Did you roll the liquidity? Did you get the liquidity in there? Did you move it yet?
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the
Did you move it?
Capitol and proclaimed.
Are you putting liquidity into FAFO?
Age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. Thank you. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
I should get USA coin with how much they're saying USA.
2,700 to 525 on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Woo! There we go.
To uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history. There were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization.
Woo!
And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side, and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
He said DOGE! He said DOGE!
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Let me get a Doge long! Let me get a Doge long!
Let's go!
Get me a Doge long!
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe.
I got my Doge long. Let's go.
They just don't want to admit that. Just listen
Share
to
the
some of
screenshot.
appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million.
I got my Doge long.
For making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program.
Got my Doge long.
For a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
Get that Doge, boy! Get that Doge! Woof, woof, woof! Got that dog in me! Woof, woof, woof! Long on Doge!
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229. One person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated.
Sophisticated! Hello, everyone!
Tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
Woo! Pay the debt. Pay off American debt. Let's go, Doge. I hope Elon talks a little bit tonight.
Have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations, and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Wheats is listening, please.
And
Wheats is listening, please.
Resist this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. Good luck. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited.
That's good for Tesla.
Already, numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile.
That's really good for Tesla.
With Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market.
Hey, he just went over TSM stock that we went over yesterday.
$165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
We literally went over that stock yesterday and earlier today. TSM. TSM. TSM.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling
farmers
into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very
farmers
disgusting, and they come in and they pour in. And the American farmers, the tariffs will go on.
This website's about to get lit. Farmers only about to get lit.
Second, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang. The
Sounds like a FAFO moment.
Known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
That sounds like a FAFO moment. That's definitely a FAO. Oh, man.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Another FAFO moment. FAFO.
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
Woo! RFK! RFK! RFK!
With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby? Good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you.
Woo!
Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
Say something about crypto.
And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Okay, pretty ambitious.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
Sounds like a FAFO moment. Woo! Whoop.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Pocahontas!
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent, by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago, Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone, and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, that wasn't that bad. That wasn't that bad.
Yeah, crypto's dropping hard now.
I think in general, I think it was a good speech, and I think he hit all the. I mean, his teleprompter definitely nailed it, but I think he hit all the PowerPoints of what he should have said, and even bringing in the examples of the people. I think he did a good job. Now, I don't think markets are going to really. I think there was a lot of explanation in that speech for the markets to make sense. My opinion, I don't think we're going to go too much lower, and that was a very positive speech, powerful speech, and
Yeah,
a
I
little
thought
wonky, right? I mean, a little wonky with like the Democrats. I mean, that's some. I mean, like that's some weird shit. I'm sorry, like Elizabeth Warren sitting there on her phone, you know, she's just a nut bar, man. And Pocahontas, that was pretty funny. She popped her head right up. She knew what that meant. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was a solid speech.
You know, Tam, I know he said the word Doge, and I heard you buy Doge. It's hard to understand the correlation right now on the reaction of the coin, and if Elon mentions the word Doge, you know, referring to Department of Government Efficiency. I don't think he's listened to me, but you know what I mean? There's kind of like that weird vibe right now. You know, Elon hasn't tweeted Dogecoin in a long time. He's got this Department of Government Efficiency, blah, blah, blah. You know, so I think investors are kind of like, you know, they're trying to figure that correlation out because, you know, a president can say the word Doge, or Doge can be tweeted a million times a day and the price just dumps, right? So I think a lot of people are trying to figure out what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely two completely different things.
Well, digital origin. Look, I think you're wrong. I think, look, I mean, obviously the meme name became the abbreviation for Department of Government. I mean, that's where it came from. So there's that, right? As far as utility or any other, you know, aspect of, it's not a stock, right? It's a crypto. So, you know, I think there'll be a bigger play with it, but I think a lot of people are just like, when they hear the word Doge and they buy, like before there was the department, you know, if the president was to say the word Doge, I mean, shit, Doge would have went to like $1, right? 50 cents. So I think it's just kind of in a weird spot.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah. What did XRP do? Let's see what XRP did, man. Well, ADA. Yeah, ADA's really not falling too hard at all. Just kind of holding it. Boy, that ADA, man, I tell you what, this thing, if we get bullish, amount of buys this thing's gonna get, this thing's just gonna go pop, 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 pop. Which I think is good. You know, being a top 10 coin, I think it's good because it's going to carry up like coins like Doge and other altcoins. The other thing that it's going to do is it's going to bring down the BTC dominance. You know, and I was saying this the other night, you know, the BTC dominance, obviously, we've never seen it like this before, you know, but it, you know, before there was institutional money at a capacity as it is right now, with the amount of, you know, ETFs and stuff like that, it was just retail. So when you look at the cycle, retail would buy Bitcoin, and then retail would sell Bitcoin into Ethereum, and then sell Ethereum into the top 10, and then sell those into to lower caps. This was a redundant, you know, repeated cycle for years. And then boom, ETFs, institutions. Now you have people Bitcoin institutional wise and not selling, or, you know, very rarely selling, you know, massive positions and holding. So there's more, you know, off chain, you know, just people are just, they're just, it never used to be like this, you know. So now we're starting to see, you know, little or smaller alt seasons, you know, this transitional phase in crypto right now. It's all very interesting, but I think also the mentality of a lot of people that have been in crypto for a while are starting to understand this right now, you know, and this rhythm that's happening. So I think that will delegate down into a more markets that are more understanding for retail and for buyers and sellers.
The long-term goal is definitely accumulate Bitcoin for me.
Yeah, Dirty. I think he's probably got something set up for Friday at the summit or something like that, or the announcement. Maybe he didn't want to make an announcement this time around. You know, who knows? You're right though. You know, when he came out though, and he was like, "No tax." No, I know everybody in crypto was like, "Come on, say no tax on crypto." You know, that Trump shooting still has me baffled. That whole thing is so weird. I don't know. The more I start looking at all this political stuff, the more I do start seeing actors. You know, it's just so weird. Like the kid's house was scrubbed. It's just freaking bizarre. There was no silverware. Just weird, man. And then he had right there at the speech the family where the guy shielded his family. He's got that store. I mean, it's just man, it's just weird. I mean, these days you just can't look at something and say, "Oh, that's real." You know, like you got to analyze everything. You know, there's AI doing weird stuff. You know, it's like one big simulation, Matrix. Got to be careful in your mind.
Are we here? Are we here? What's up? So, traded some FAFO today. Oh, you guys saw the speech with Trump. What a wild one. I mean, he did mention Doge one time. That was quite interesting. And he mentioned Elon was there in the audience. I think Elon might be very happy and talk about Doge a little bit on Twitter tonight. We saw FAFO was getting some traction. I noticed a buy. Someone bought like $6,000 worth before the speech. That was very interesting. It did pump up quite a bit, but then start retracing. I still have my bag, so we'll see where it goes. And let's go back over here. I want to double check real quick, because we did see that I entered a long on Doge during the speech. I didn't take profit when it spiked up. It went up like 2%. 2% was pretty decent. Now we're getting oversold on the RSI. You see that RSI oversold. We may be bouncing again from here for Doge. And honestly, Doge is back in my green block area. So getting a second green block. Ethereum back in the green block range. Actually, Unicorn Fart dipped under the green block range. And then Bitcoin as well, about the same price as the last green block as well. So we have these green blocks rolling in here. Let me actually do this. What's up? Hey players, how are you? You on microphone? Got some green blocks coming in here.
Doing good, man. How about you?
Good. So Players Planet, I saw some news today.
What's going on?
Michael Saylor posted a tweet today. You might know about that.
Yeah, remind me what he said.
So we did a talk yesterday, right?
That's right.
Me and Players Planet did a talk yesterday on YouTube. Well, today, 1 hour ago, Michael Saylor tweeted that Metaplanet is bringing Bitcoin yield to Japan. He says Metaplanet has acquired 497 Bitcoin at an average cost of $88,448 per Bitcoin. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, man. We're not the only one talking about reserves.
Yes, sir. I mean, there's other countries that will probably be interested in getting into reserves for Bitcoin and crypto and all.
You know, I was reading on Robinhood that apparently a lot of countries have been looking into investing into Bitcoin more heavily, including El Salvador.
Right.
Trying to see if I can find that article. Got to back up what we say on here. Right here. Tip ranks. Metaplanet expands Bitcoin holdings and advances market activities.
Yes, sir.
Says right here. Bukele dismisses IMF terms, vows El Salvador's Bitcoin strategy won't stop. I may have butchered his name a bit.
Yeah, a lot. Welcome to the YouTube chat, Rob Coy. How are you tonight?
However, I will say that if the new rules are followed, they stand to make quite a bit of money from this the country. However, if it fails, the country risks its loan packages.
Yeah, they're trying to get some more aid for their government's money, loans and everything. But At the same time, they want to acquire Bitcoin.
Yeah, they're not the only ones. Venezuela also purchased quite a bit back in the day.
Yes, sir. I personally think that countries acquiring Bitcoin is a good thing, but when they go and force people to accept Bitcoin as a currency, I think that's a negative.
Yeah, I think most people don't like it when you force a new currency on them, especially when they don't really have control over it.
Right.
This is a direct quote from Bukel. Is that how you pronounce it?
No. Why don't you Google a video of... I can't pronounce it either.
Man, I'm ready for this weather to just go warm because my voice is getting raspier by the day, it seems like.
I mean, I don't even see it. Okay. Let's see. I think the pronunciation is... This is so...
Kelly?
Well, not...
Maybe someone...
Well, the L-E in Spanish is not Lee.
Ah.
Let me see.
Maybe you should wake up your girlfriend. Just be like, hey, do you sound the word out right quick?
No, I tried. It's not happening. I'm just going to play this YouTube video.
El Salvador. We'll be looking at how to say more confusing names, so stay tuned to the channel. Naib, the president of the... You're looking at how to pronounce the name.
God, who wrote that video? I can pronounce it better in that video. Jesus Christ.
Guy, man.
Anybody here speak Spanish can pronounce the president of El Salvador's name?
Well, until we find out, the president of El Salvador, not even going to bother with his name right now, stated on X, this all stops in April. This all June. This all stops December. No, it's not stopping. After claiming that he will not stop any procurement of Dogecoin, of Bitcoin for the El Salvador coffers. The new rule set by the IMF's March 2025 country report week. It seeks to establish a continuous quantitative performance criteria with a, quote, ceiling of O on government Bitcoin's purchase. Excuse me, ceiling of 0, might be.
Wow.
However, the IMF agreement mandates liquidation of the FIDET Bitcoin Trust Fund by July 2025. Termination of government participation in the Chivo wallet system and publication of all government Bitcoin wallet addresses. So they're doing some major changes to their crypto infrastructure over there.
Yeah, I mean the country in a whole, but they're also passing more laws over there too. Like, you have to get permits for construction in your house and stuff over there now that they didn't have before. And they're like tracking it down a little bit more too. In a way, crypto is like a way for the government to track you even more. Yeah, it was Bones in the Discord last night. He's not here right now, but was here earlier, Rob Coy.
Is that who we were speaking with last night? The guy who owned 3 businesses?
That was Bones last night, yeah. Rob Coy's in a YouTube chat tonight, though.
Bones a good guy, yeah. I'd like to talk with him more.
Yep. You buy any cryptos today or looked at any charts today?
I actually did buy some crypto today. Managed to get in pretty early, thanks to a pretty damn good friend of mine, whose name does not rhyme with, AIM. But yeah, I got some FAFO.
AIM. I like that, like with a bow and arrow.
Yeah, got me a bag of that, and let's see, what else did I look into? I looked into thought about getting some more Doge, but I remember what we talked about yesterday. That was probably not the best time to scalp, so I
Well,
pulled it
something
back.
else has changed. Elon's kind of been hinting that he's going to get Trump to add Dogecoin to that crypto reserve. I think they may add Doge to the reserve, and I think that would outperform. It would probably do like a 20-30% pump like Cardano did. So, yeah.
Bad.
I mean, which ones of the reserves are you thinking about accumulating if they were to dip down enough?
Well, of course, Doge, because I already got a bag of that. Wouldn't mind making it a little bigger and kind of like dollar cost averaging down a little bit, just to kind of make my gains just a bit better. XRP, definitely XRP. I'd have not grabbed the bag of that yet. I may be sleeping on it, but I wanted to wait for the correction to come down so that way I can get a better entry. Definitely that before the 7th, before the summit comes up.
Nice.
I think those two right now. I don't want to diversify too much on that. I want to make sure I'm utilizing my dry powder very efficiently.
Absolutely.
By picking winners.
Cardano did very well for like an altcoin and then getting added to the reserve. I think that did very well. Rob Coy said negative 75K. He's done trading. He's just stocking long term. What are you doing with your time now that you're not charting and trading? And do you have more happiness now in your life that you're not charting every day? What is that like?
Well, since I stopped charting, we kind of talked about this yesterday. I focused more on my career because my dream was to design the next generation of electric and hybrid vehicles. That's something I've been preparing myself for a long time, and crypto helped make that happen. But in order to do that, I had to take a break from charting and focus on my education, focus on my research, because I worked in a research lab that was actually funded by the DOD, not the DODE, mind you. So it was tough and did not get as slept about the same. But once I graduated, I found myself, working for a company because of COVID. Those kind of jobs weren't there at the time. So I stayed doing research. I went to production and wasn't too happy with that because that's not what I spent my life or spent a good chunk of my life and time and money trying to do. But it was a way to just keep my foot in the industry. And now I am working for a larger automotive company, and it is a lot better. But now that I actually have, the bigger income and the time, and moved into a new place, I now have time to learn charting and get back into it and get it back into the swing of things. So I'm definitely happier now that I can get back into charting and focus more on that.
Speaking about automotives, Rob Coy bought a Viper not too long ago.
Oh Lord.
A Dodge Viper. Dodge Viper.
Oh yeah. He literally bought an engine with wheels. I mean, like, I know other people say, "Oh, isn't that just the car?" No, man. Like, People don't understand those cars were a death trap when they came out. Yeah, are they cool as hell? Absolutely. But the handling on those things, unless you pour some money into your your dynamics, as far as like your steering linkages, your suspension, it's you're literally just every time you ship that thing, you might as well say a prayer because you don't know where that thing's gonna go half the time. Yes, there's some track spec versions of the newer versions of the Vipers. They are better, but if you're getting like an original 90s Viper, like the first gen or second gen, yeah, you better say a prayer every time you get in that thing and think about putting the pedal more than 25% to the floor. They are fast, but yeah, fun cars to have, man.
So, quick question for you, Players Planet. You think it's possible for Elon to do the full self-driving in every automobile?
In autonomous driving in every automobile?
Yeah. Do you think he could do a package for each individual car?
Well, I'm more of a fan of, as you know, of right to repair. I'm very much if you're gonna make a service, make it available in every vehicle. Don't do it like a subscription plan. Like if you've got the investment, there's no point. Kind of like how I lost faith in Toyota when they tried to sell a subscription on keyless entry or an auto start features. And I don't know if people remember, but BMW was going to charge, it was either them or Toyota, charge you for using the heated seats. Now, I know it was probably like just a media campaign or just a publicity stunt, but there was actual plans for it. There was actually infrastructure to make that happen. And to me, it's not cool. It's very anti-consumer. So to me, it's like if you're going to develop self-driving, which as someone who's worked on a team to develop self-driving, both LiDAR and camera-based systems, if you've already got the money and you've got the investment, just do it. Just add it to do it what we've been doing, add it to the price of the vehicle and sell it. I mean, to me, that makes the most sense. I mean, for instance, it's not like they're not getting anything out of it. I mean, if people don't understand this now, modern cars since the early 2000s, even in the late 90s, anything that has an infotainment system that has a wireless connection is collecting data off you. Your car, if you're driving right now listening to this, your car is collecting data off you. Anytime you hook up your phone to it, it's collecting data off you. If it's got a 4G wireless hotspot, even if it doesn't advertise it, if it's got any ability to connect wirelessly to any system, it's collecting data off you. Google, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay, even the OnStar is guilty of this too. They're collecting usage data not just for safety purposes, but also for location purposes. How often are you going to the grocery store? How often is this vehicle going over here? And it's not just you specifically, it's the you and all the peer-to-peer, all the other vehicles in that area. It is tracking where you're going because it's selling that data, that usage data to development companies and all these other areas to help facilitate that. So when you think when you think that you're paying for a car and that's all it's yours and you own it, you really don't, because they're still collecting data off you for their purposes, and they're using that data to develop their future infrastructures in their vehicles. So if you buy a self-driving car, specifically a Teslas are known for this. Even one very famous investor off Shark Tank actually pointed this out, that the money when you invest in Tesla isn't because of the cars. It's because they are basically selling you the printer and the ink is your data. And they're using that to develop their next generation of self-driving vehicles. And that's where I'm saying, like, if you think that, a subscription plan would be work, trust me, they're getting more from you than just your cash. All right.
I guarantee you the next generation Tesla that you buy after you trade in was developed using the data that you provided unwillingly or unknowingly, excuse me, just by using the services. So yeah, no, I don't think the plan should happen just from a consumer standpoint, because they're already getting more than you bargained for to develop their future vehicles and data infrastructure. So yeah, long-winded explanation, but we've spoken about this before. I've actually met some of the guys who helped develop the first generation of self-driving vehicles and actually have worked with Tesla, have met Elon, and they have similar sentiments. I mean, that's how I know that this is what they do. This is how they improve their systems. Yeah, long-winded explanation, but it is what it is.
Understand that.
So, what do you think the actual chances are, though, of them releasing what they've been promising for a very long time of a full self-driving autonomous system, which they've been promising for a very long time now, off of that, that long explanation that you were just giving? What do you think the chances of them actually releasing it?
So I think the better question is not simply when they want to release it, but when they get the, now that Elon's very ingrained in the government now, and as far as shutting down the regulating parties that have stopped him in the past, the biggest roadblock to any self-driving technologies from any automaker right now has been government regulation, not just in the United States, but also in the EU and in other Asian countries. Asia being a little more lenient. California is really the only state right now that has that allows and gives basically loose authority to allow these
Like
systems
learn?
Huh?
Like those systems to learn on the
Yes.
open road.
Like a lot of like rideshare services that
Uh-huh.
function off completely autonomous vehicles. They are barely functioning in California, specifically San Francisco, Silicon Valley, and the LA area. That is
So
like
have you played around with I was with a buddy, I visited him in he was up in Portland, Maine, and he was using this it's basically a computer that plugs in to the box, and essentially what it is it's just got a dash cam that hangs above. It's a computer system that hangs above the rearview mirror, plugs into the car, and uses the lane assist features and things like that, but it films, it uses the main cameras of the system that hangs below the rearview mirror to drive the car. Now, obviously, it's not the same as a Tesla, which has cameras all around, the vehicle. But at its self-driving point, it can drive the car. But to me, it kind of was like I told him, like, we were in the car, like driving around, and you could tell, like, when it sees the lane, and let's say the white lanes get faded and stuff like that, it's almost like driving around with a drunk driver a little bit. Like it has issues with that. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm still also like you said, regulations and things like that. That's where I'm like, I feel like they have all this data. It's just, oh, at least in my mind, I don't know how they're going to roll this thing out, because I can only imagine the liability thing once they're like, okay, yeah, we're going to release this software update and you have full self-driving capability, and you're going to load this in your car, and you sit down in your car, and your car is just going to drive autonomously, and insurance wise, all those things kind of lumped together. Like, I just don't. I don't know. I don't see them. I don't see how in our system currently they're gonna be able to do that.
Exactly. And see, that's the thing is, unless you're like a state like California that has leniency because the majority of your companies there are doing the research there. I mean, it's not just vehicles. We're also talking about drones. You know, we've got large passenger drones that are flying from rooftop to rooftop that are autonomous. You know, they do have a pilot. They're level 2 going on. I think they're level 3 right now is what they're working on, which is basically the same thing as a road vehicle, where it's the driver it's driver assist. So basically, the driver is there. It can steer. It can fly for you, but you're still in control. You still have to be present in. You know, you still have to be presently there and aware of the surroundings. You can't just put your seat back and take a nap like some of the early guys did, or wrap a weight around your steering wheel, which they do have, to trick your Tesla into thinking you still have your hand on the steering wheel. To kind of like go back to what some of the things you were talking about like your friend's tech. Me and the guys back in the lab, we surmised like, hey, with the amount of technology, say in like a 2021, 22 Camry, for crying out loud, the electronic integration they have there, as far as the sonars that they have and the cameras that they have on those systems for just the adaptive cruise control, which is level 2 autonomy, and the not only that, but the actual lane change assist, where it will actually change the lane for you. All you really need is a better brain to integrate.
That's essentially what it is.
Yeah, we had talked about the idea of retrofitting autonomous modules, which is what we call them. It's basically you can take a secondary computer, microprocessor, whatever you want to call it. We call it a black box, and you just hook it into your UBD2 sensor, or OBD2 sensor, excuse me.
Yeah, and that's essentially what it is.
Yeah, and then you would just have to have software that would communicate with the ECU to ask for permission to handshake with those systems, and that would facilitate the connection and allow it to run. However, now we're getting into aftermarket, which is a whole nother set of rules. And it could happen, but like you said, it's right now, the technology is there. It's here. It's really just about implementation and making sure we do it correctly. It's been proven out. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But because of that, a lot of states are, and even the federal government, are skeptical to move on. So, for instance, there was you probably remember this. There was a lawsuit involving a Tesla in China. It went on the highway, and it was driving in autonomous driving. The driver wasn't paying attention. He was chilling. He was taking a nap in the car, from what I understand. And the tractor trailer had flipped over. Now, this was back in 2018, I believe. This was a Tesla that was not fitted with LiDAR. Not many Teslas. No Teslas, from my understanding, have been. They have talked about it. Because Elon Musk, years ago, back in 2015, I believe, said that he never wanted LiDAR because it looked ugly. And he believed that it would be way too expensive to implement, even though LiDAR is now still expensive, but still much cheaper than it was the better technology to use for autonomous driving, because it gives you a much wider range of information coming in to help you make those decisions, especially with spacing. Cameras can be tricked. Cameras have gotten better, but back in 2018 when this happened, a tractor trailer had flipped over, and essentially the camera system did not recognize the truck, because what the system back then was recognizing was real-time video. And in that real-time video, it was not recognizing change. So the way that autonomous driving works with cameras back then was basically it would look at an image, see the rate of change of the image, and see if anything moved or got in the way of, say, a certain path, right? Well, because the truck never moved, and it was painted white. For those of you who don't know, really fuck up a camera's white balance, and that's what had happened. The car module, or the autonomous module, did not recognize any change and just kept driving through it and crashed. And so, of course, since then, that's been changed and that's been updated. And the real-time video processing units have actually been updated to where it's not focused on or dependent on white balance as much as, say, a normal camera would be today. So, but that's an example of what happens when these systems fail. It was something simple. No one knew about it. LiDAR could have really fixed that. And so that's what I'm saying is that I think taught Elon, or at least I'm hoping it has, that multiple electronic integrations or multiple technologies in these self-driving cars is not necessarily a option. It's a requirement, especially right now as we are limited by certain technologies. Now, can AI help? We've actually looked into AI. It does help with making split-second decisions, especially say if you drive on the same road every day. Your efficiency of the self-driving module can become way better. But I left research, or I left the university before we actually got into that. But to answer your question, the technology is there. The implementation and our ability to correctly show off these technologies to governing bodies in a way to where both them, insurance companies, as well as other third-party data collection companies, because that's something a lot of people forget. Your car right now is collecting information off you. This is definitely going to be happening. Whether you stop, start, everything. That data is going to have to be made public to, not necessarily public, but it's going to have to be made available to insurance companies, kind of similar to how Progressive uses their drive safe technology to kind of dictate, like, hey, are you taking turns too fast? Are you braking too hard? Basically, that way they can say, hey, my car crashed. Oh, well, it wasn't me. It was the autonomous driving car. Well, you were in the vehicle, correct? I was like, yes. You own this vehicle, correct? Yes. Okay, well, then you're liable. So, but then,
yeah, and that's the thing is like, and what you just said basically hit the nail on the head, is that with the vision technology, the camera technology, which is, you have to have that mixed in with the LiDAR stuff. And yeah, until that happens, it's not going to be what it's coming. I know it's going to come. It's just that the way that they explained it, I think, to the public, and it was all about the cameras and things like that. And like, anytime you see a self-driving computer operate just on camera alone, anytime you're in the snow, anytime you're in inclement weather, like, you can obviously see, or if you're just in an area of the country with crappy, road maintenance or whatever, you can see that it's not good.
yes, and to your point, cameras are great in semi-open areas where a lot of change occurs, like traffic and parking lots, because the chipsets, the real-time videos and the real-time decision-making processors, they're great by themselves so long as there's change. And LiDAR, excuse me, getting over a cold. LiDAR really great for congested areas where the camera get overwhelmed. It's also great on highways where not a lot of things are changing, but there's slow change. Like, think about when you're driving on the highway. Not often, unless they're a jackass who doesn't understand that even if you're in the fast lane, if the speed limit is 75, you're not supposed to go over 75 for long periods. Anyway, point is, typically when you're in those kind of traffic situations, vehicles are passing you slowly. Cameras can get freaked out by that. But LiDAR can track that distance or that shape or that shape of the other vehicle in 3D space enough to verify that that vehicle is still there if, say, you're in the middle of a lane change. That's the benefit of LiDAR. It's basically redundancy is key. Redundancy is amazing. And it's not just LiDAR and cameras. You got sonar. Sonar is awesome for detecting short and mid-range vehicles. Now, of course, even back in like 2003 or 2002, BMW or Mercedes, I think it was Mercedes, I could be wrong about this, they developed a long throw sonar system. They had adaptive cruise control back in 2020 or 2002.
Yeah, no, I remember that.
Yeah, this was shown off actually on Top Gear as an old episode, and it
I think it was like it was the S class.
Yes.
It was S class first is where I heard about the whole radar adaptive cruise control, but I didn't know at the time that that it had those things. I thought it was just, I thought it was some kind of like, radar. I didn't know it was sonar. I didn't know they had all this stuff, adapted in there.
Dude, if you looked at a map of all the modules in your car, and even a modern car, even as something as simple as a Toyota Corolla, you'd be surprised about the just sheer amount of chipsets that are in that thing. People talked about the shortage, and they only really spoke about like ECUs or TCUs or anything like that. But they don't realize, like, even in some cars, your headlights are controlled by a separate module that just communicates to the ECU. Those have their own chipsets.
Well, yeah, and a lot of people don't know is that when they do the mass production, they throw all these things in there that have the capability of having these features, but they just enable them based on, cost, and they say, hey, this is a feature, we're going to add it to the car. It's like, no, bitch, it's already built in there. It's just that we're going to enable it, disable it based on the software features and things like that. Cost wise.
Oh yeah. Louis Rossman and Linus from Linus Tech Tips, they had a huge they both had a series or several episodes of videos talking about the implications of releasing technology with capability, but gatekeeping access to the features.
Yeah.
And there was like a pro and a con, but I think the cons definitely outweighed the pros of it.
Well, yeah, cost wise, when you're mass producing something, there's no question. Like if you're gonna pay a company to make thousands of boards or whatever, like you're not gonna choose to add a chip later or do something whatever. You're just gonna build in that chip and just basically have your access or control to disable or enable the features of that chip.
Absolutely. And typically, and this is coming from a manufacturing background, typically if you can streamline manufacturing by eliminating variants, we call it lean manufacturing, you're saving money. So even say like if I'm developing like a Mercedes S-Class versus say a standard C-Class, right? The S-Class takes more time because there's more things that go into an S-Class than a C-Class. However, in the long run, if I had a facility that only made S-Classes, I will make more money faster. My throughput is much faster, and I have less variance, so I have less downtime, and I have less, chances of, mistakes being made if I'm only making one product very well throughout the entire series. Or through the entire, calendar year. So, point, that's where the cost savings come from. Because people are like, well, why would you do that? Isn't it more expensive just to make this like the top tier thing, and you're not even letting people use it, or people are only buying it for cheaper than they would have if they got all this? And then they're like, well, you don't see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is, from production standpoint, it saves a lot of money.
Exactly.
Lot of money.
Yeah.
But like Sells in, yeah, you definitely have the option of getting more later.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people have their have the manufacturing infrastructure to use that system at this point. So they still use modular infrastructure, what we call, is what we call it, where they're making multiple things in one facility. But
Mhm.
automakers like BMW, Mercedes, Toyota, yeah, they can afford to do that. Nvidia,
Exactly. And that's why you find out that like all the, computers inside these cars between its Mercedes, I mean, especially ones that are lumped in, same manufacturer, Mercedes, Audi, Volkswagen, it's all the same freaking computer. It's just they have features that you can turn on and off, and you find out that like you could have a baseline Jetta and you have these features built into the computer that it can do stuff with your electronics that you're like, "Oh man, I didn't know I could do that." Stuff like that.
I think one of my professors from years ago used to tell me that I think just like computers, the majority of a vehicle's features go unused, but people will pay for it anyway just to
Exactly.
have it. Yeah, it's a marketing ploy. It's a value add, even though hardly any users use it. A good example of this: pickup trucks. Why are you buying a pickup truck? I don't know, because I might use it a little bit one day. I just need it for utility, and then they never wind up ever using it.
Yeah, yeah. Or they maybe use it once, whatever, and
The
they just
the
like they
last
just like the idea of having it.
the last statistic when I went to a conference in 2022, we had a consumer data reports that said that for only like 40% of F-150 owners actually use the bed of their truck.
Or it's the other thing is I would ask them is like, do you know how to use the strap? Like, it's so funny. Like how many people like you'll like I'll run in with the trucks and stuff like that. It's like you don't even know how to use a strap, like a ratchet strap. It's like,
Nah, man.
what are you? It's like, what are you doing?
They no they go to U-Haul and mess up their ratchet straps, and then they make all their
Yeah,
employees.
yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's just funny.
Oh yeah, it trust me, man. I picked a career that I'm passionate about for sure, but some of the stuff that I hear about is crazy. I honestly sometimes think that the market or the sales data, consumer data, interests me sometimes more than the tech does. It's just interesting. People are just how they behave with cars to me are just is very interesting.
Yeah, cars, and they have no idea the technology in the car, like you were talking about with the data and stuff like that. They don't, but they also, I mean, it's the same thing as like they, they know, well, they don't really know, but they have an idea of the data that's involved with their phone when they connect it to the car and do all these things. But yeah, they don't have a concept of the fact that yeah, when your car is linked to your phone is literally the Wi-Fi antenna or internet access to the car. And once you link it to the car, I mean, that's just, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, man. I mean, like you said, like that's why your services get better. Like they take that user data, and yes, they're selling it, but they're also using it to look for any potential faults, any issues, connection
Yeah.
speed, shake, all that stuff, because they're always trying to improve it.
Yeah. Yeah. No. And it's again, there's positives to it, but there's also negatives. So,
Oh,
you know,
oh, absolutely. I'm very much a fan of privacy.
me
I
too.
was, and I don't like giving away more of my user data as much as possible. Hell, I'll even make changes to my OS on my phones to make sure that that happens. But you can't get away from all of it. I mean, you can
No,
get
and
away.
it's damn convenient. I'll tell you what, and I travel a lot for work. It's damn convenient to just get in a car and connect your stuff and be able to just get and go. It's
Oh,
not, I mean, you can't like, yes, you got to share a certain, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, there's nothing like, traveling and you don't go to places often or you get there. It's just like, it's convenient.
brother, I'll tell you this. When the hurricane hit in North Carolina, I was working in Georgia at the time, and I went to the CEO of my company and I said, "Hey, I want to come up there and donate." And I was going to see if our company was willing to do some support. If you donate anything, I'm going to rent a U-Haul and I'm going to come up there with it. And sure enough, the vice president and me were sitting at a Walmart with $2,000 worth of stuff, loading the back of a U-Haul. And the U-Haul that they gave me, because I was spending a Ford Transit. No, they gave me their brand new Ram ProMaster 2500.
Oh
And
yes, I just had one of those with Android Auto.
yes, and you see where I'm going with this. Yes. So
Yes,
basically,
man, it was awesome.
dude, it was so awesome, bro. We load that thing up. Bro, it felt like driving a regular ass car. I pointed.
It had radar controlled cruise control.
Yes, like, dude, I was actually comfortable. Yeah, I was sitting up and in,
Yeah, and there's no, I mean, obviously the road noise, I mean, it's so loud, whatever, like that. But I got in that bitch and I had to use it recently for a customer. I had to deliver something and I basically U-Haul can go, S my balls. I just I basically I went through enterprise truck rental or whatever and I got one and I was just like, yeah, I'm spoiled now. I'm never gonna, it's this is what I'm doing if I have to do anything like this again.
if those, I will say, I heard a lot of the naysayers, and as someone who's worked fairly close with Dodge, um, yeah, those Pentastar engines and those things, not the most reliable thing, but
No.
the van that I got in, man, I will say, it drove smooth and it had power when I needed it. It got me up the hills. I was going through like over dirt. I was like in a freaking war zone when I went up there, man.
Yeah, it was I believe they said it was all-wheel drive. So
Yeah, I mean, like and to be honest with you, I believe it because I got up there, or at least front wheel drive, and it got me up some pretty big gradients, and yeah, I was really impressed because for a long time I was thinking, okay, what do I want to do if I get a camper van? Because that's one of my dreams is get a camper van, for honestly, and that was one of the top vehicles to get. But then when I was reading the reviews on people who had built camper vans out, and they're like, yeah, entry prices was great, like getting a new van, I didn't have to spend a crazy amount of money like I would a Sprinter van, like a Mercedes, but they started complaining that within 50,000 miles, sometimes even less than that, having engine issues,
yeah.
or like electrical issues, and how they tried to take it to like a regular shop and they couldn't do it because if you don't know, Dodge actually changed on their service vehicles specifically. I think from 2022 and up, there's a special tool that you have to use to get into certain features on the OBD2 reader. Outside of just basically
So it
reading.
hasn't been hacked yet?
Basically, the hack is you have to buy a tool. You have to take out the words slate. You have to take out the tachometer, and behind there's two cables that go to a module that's right before or right after the OBD sensor. You unplug those cables from the module. You put it into a adapter, and then you plug it into your Mitel or your to your shop computer, and then you can access everything. So basically, you really you physically go around the security box by plugging the pigtails directly into your shop computer. It's insane that you have to go through that many steps, but you can do it. It is possible. It's not difficult.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
But
that's good.
was things that deterred me from doing it. Like, yes, the price is great. They drive very smooth, but I kind of like the idea of having a diesel, like a Mercedes diesel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's again like I have to rent them sometimes for work, and this time I was just like, I was like, yeah, the road noise. I mean, obviously it's a freaking uninsulated, moving truck, and there's tons of road noise. But I
And you
got
get
radar control, cruise control. I got Android Auto. I'm like, man, this is great.
Yeah, man. When I got on that thing, I put on. I was reluctant to do it because I was like, I don't like having to give away my privacy. Because the moment you hook up to Android Auto, you're
Yeah,
pegged. Like
I know,
it's
I
not
know.
location data. It's everything. It's messages, contacts, all that stuff. I clear all the data out when I leave. When I rent cars that have it. But I will say, when I turned that thing on and I got my cloud linked up, bro, that sound system I was actually impressed with. To be honest with you.
Yeah. No, it's again, it's just, those days of when I remember I used to have to in a U-Haul, I would have the AM or the not the AM, the FM modulator to play stuff, music from my phone on the radio in the U-Haul.
That's badass.
Yeah. I mean, that was the only way that I could play stuff from my phone from a headphone jack on the radio in the U-Haul.
You do you remember the cassette ones?
Yep. Yep. Had the cassette, had with the CD player and stuff like that, and the cars that didn't have CD players.
Yeah, I remember the old XM ones.
Yep. Yep. The XM ones. Yeah, before that, yeah, it was CD player. And then yeah, there was all kinds of fun stuff you could do.
But yeah, man, like I just kind of get back to, that mm, the whole deal with, Android Auto and the systems, it's convenient as hell. And I really enjoyed driving that up there and getting it back down. It was a smooth ride, but yeah, the systems are getting more convoluted. I remember speaking with a professor about how a lot of systems nowadays don't have the freedoms of the operator to get into those menus and make a lot of the changes that they want. And after talking with guys in the aftermarket field whose whole job is to get around these systems to try and make the car run better or do better, quote unquote better, because sometimes they do not. And they go for power without doing all the other steps necessary to get to where they need to be reliably.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the security is getting crazy. One of the things that we've talked about though is the real way to make self-driving cars work. I know I'm kind of backtracking here.
No, you're
Is
good.
through peer-to-peer communication. So we were talking about, our phones hooking up to our cars and being able to, then they able to see our data and all that stuff and everything we do, we interact with the car. But more than that, the idea is to get to a point to where we have what we call P2P or peer-to-peer, where vehicles are communicating with each other. So we're not having to rely much on these on internal systems to verify the location of a vehicle in relativity to and in relation to other vehicles on the road or obstacles on the road. Rather, vehicles will communicate with each other based on transmission speeds from packages being sent from one vehicle to another to
Yeah.
determine the distance of those vehicles and where they are in physical space. And that, in turn, is how you get that next level of safety and stopgap for failure. And more than
100%.
you get peer to R, which is peer to road. It's basically a smart road system. It's like your vehicle is no longer communicating with just the vehicles on the road. It's also communicating with the camera systems on the highway, and the camera can tell you, oh, there's a pothole, and it can tell you prepare for it. Or the vehicle in front of you can warn basically the pack that there's a pothole there, and then literally the entire highway, without stopping and rubbernecking, can get over and avoid said pothole and keep traffic moving at a determined speed that the system decides on and communicates to all the other vehicles.
Yeah, but we're not going to get to that level until, and this is the conversation I had early on in this whole self-driving thing with one of my buddies from high school. So just to give you a little back. So I'm born in 84. Okay. So grew up very heavy, like into technology and things like that. In a like Northern Virginia area of the country. So one of the early things I said is that there's no way for this to work truthfully, like fully self-driving without you can't have the random, vehicles on the road in a system just like doing stupid stuff. Right? You either have to have them regulated, integrated to a certain extent, to keep up with like what you just said with the communication protocols, or else you can't have a safe, full self-driving system without that. And then moving beyond that, eventually all vehicles will have that communication protocol along with all of the other technologies that we just talked about. Without that, it's never going to be a safe, fully self-driving, autonomous world.
And we're not the only one who knows that
Does that make
sentiment.
sense?
Oh yeah, it does. I mean, like we agree that, and even most experts who work in this field understand that when we talk about self-driving, off-roading, different system, different setup, 100%. You have GPS, you have other things, and GPS does play a big role in self-driving, even in a congested highway, scenario. But to your point, if we're just focusing on urban driving,
yes,
absolutely, you need peer-to-peer. Every expert who I've talked to, even the professors who I've worked with who've in the past, or doctors in the past who've developed these languages and the technologies to help facilitate this, has even said there has to be a means for quick communication of peer-to-peer communication and P2E, which is peer to environment.
Well, and the funny thing is that I used to tell my friends this. They would they go to college and all this stuff, and I tell them like, dude, I was like, I understand technology. Like, there's no fucking way that you can ever have a fully self-regulated, like to the point where, hey, we're all going to agree that, hey, this is a safe thing, and we're going to allow this technology on the road with the randomness that everyone sees in the world today driving. Like you see stuff that you're just like, what the hell is going on? I don't understand how this technology is going to work with this. Well, yeah, there's a reason, just because it's not. You can't. Right. It's not possible. Those variables are never going to change unless they're either not allowed on the road, or that's basically it. If you don't take those variables off the road, then this technology is not going to thrive.
Exactly. But the thing is the thing is the infrastructure. Like that's the missing piece. It's not just the infrastructure the system works, it's the infrastructure on how everything else works with the system. We were talking about insurance companies, how their whole way of insuring vehicles in the future is going to have to change, unless they just say you own the vehicle, you're liable. That'd be the easiest way, and that's how a lot of the companies have taken the approach. They don't care if it was the system's fault. If you're behind the vehicle and you use that system and you sign away the waiver and all that stuff, because you do that every time you turn on the vehicle nowadays, and you use that system, then you're liable. But in the future, because we don't know what's going to, in the future, there could be changes in legislation and whatnot that says that no, if the say we have a more liberal or even different government structure that says no, you're not going to go after the consumer for this. He didn't develop the system. He trusted your system. It's actually illegal for you to make him waive his rights. Instead, the insurance companies, let's be honest, they'd be in on this too if they could get the
the backing, can go after the companies and sue for a lot more, or get a lot more money out of them to pay for medical bills and whatnot, if they can prove, which is possible through a peer-to-peer system and through the immense levels of data collection that would be possible at this time for this to be feasible. They would literally have everything they need to prove that it was not the driver's fault, but rather the vehicle's fault. And then the company is fault.
No,
Now that was
it's gonna be it's literally gonna be a shitstorm. It's gonna be a shitstorm for a while, but it's just like any other. It's gonna be like any other driving technology, except obviously on a whole nother scale. It's just gonna take some time, and I really don't. I don't know. It's gonna be a very, very interesting time. The way that's all figured out, because I mean, I truly believe that, like, once it's affordable, right? Once it's affordable that you can just get in a car and you don't have to worry about driving,
oh yeah.
pe- people are just gonna, like, they're gonna sign up like it's no other. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna it. I believe it's gonna be that thing, but it's got to be a everyone's in on it, for it to be fully autonomous, or there's there's going to be those holdouts, whatever, and maybe it's going to come down to a liability thing, where it's just going to be like, hey, no, you can go out there, you can drive, but you're essentially like, you're going to be that person that's, only allowed. Maybe there's going to be like allotted areas where you could drive your car by yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be a very interesting thing, but without that, fully everyone's in on it, and I think once people um get on that train of thought, yeah, I don't know. It's that, I mean, that's where I've basically always seen it. Um and again, I'm a child of 84, seeing early technology. Before I saw a lot of technology, before a lot of people saw certain things, with the autonomous stuff. I never understood why Elon was promising this stuff at a certain date and all this stuff. It made no sense to me. I never saw it. I didn't understand regulation wise. It made no sense to me how it could be possible, but people paid this amount of money for it, and it is what it is. I like Elon. I don't I think he's a bad guy, but I've seen technology progress. I'm not a qualified engineer or anything like that. You probably have more education when it comes to this stuff than I do. I've had a pretty good understanding of the way technology has progressed and things like that when it comes to this stuff. And I just don't see it until we get to a level of everything we've basically talked about tonight.
Yeah, and that's at the end of the day that you brought up a good point. It's the consumer that decides, It
Yeah.
really the comfort level of you. I mean, hell, um, that's why California has pushed for this for a long time. A lot of the universities out there actually have self-driving buses. Hell, my university had a self-driving bus, and it was
It's
part of it.
always the best weather.
Huh?
It's always the best weather. You know what I'm
The
saying? Like it's like the West Coast. It's like the best weather.
yeah,
I'm sorry. That's just also something that I've always thought about. I'm like, yeah, well, no shit. Like you live out and like you have no snow.
yeah, you don't
Like,
have to worry about
hey.
all the extra. Yes,
But yeah,
and
sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, you're fine. And that's the thing is, these the idea is to get people comfortable with technology. I mean, hell, people didn't even want to be in cars back when horse and carriage was still the primary form of transit because they didn't feel like they had, believe it or not, control. I'm like, yeah, the thing is you actually technically have more control. It's just you're used to dealing with a, 2-ton animal rather than a 1-ton animal. I forget how heavy horse is, but a big
horse fly stings him on the ass and he starts taking off.
Exactly. Versus a machine you just don't know anything about. And there is an argument for that, true. But in terms of this, no human likes not feeling like they're in control. But you get someone in there early enough, they get used to the technology. It's what we call the adoption phase. Sooner or later, people get comfortable. Like there's little students on that bus that were using their phones and just like as if they were on a regular bus. They didn't even think about whether the driver was driving or not. He wasn't.
Yep.
He was just chilling. And one day he actually got off the bus and they said, hey, it's going to be autonomous. They got on the bus, didn't even notice it, right? And it drove and they were like, okay, cool. And they were like, as long as they knew where the stop button was, like the big emergency stop button, they were okay. Right?
Exactly.
That was the thing that they had to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
And once they knew that button was there, they were okay. They forgot it was there. Like I think like a few months later, they didn't even, of course it's legally required to have, but they didn't even notice it. They didn't even care.
Yep.
And the experiment was over and it was just kind of like, yeah, younger guys, they didn't care too much, but people who actually did drive regularly, they did care. They would not get on the bus unless the driver was there. They didn't care if it was self-driving. The driver was in the wheel, at the wheel, But so, like you said, there's an adoption period where we're gonna see like our kids, this technology, they're just gonna be okay with it. They don't even
exactly.
they probably know. There at some point there might be a point where people won't even know how to drive on their own anymore.
Oh no, and I thought that was going to happen a lot sooner. I actually, it was funny because I had a conversation with it was a friend of my mom's, and this is like shit. I was like 20 plus years ago. I was like once all Tesla and all this stuff, and I truthfully I didn't really, you're younger, you don't game stuff out in your brain as much, I guess. So I just basically was like, oh no, I think the next whatever, the people that learn how to or whatever supposedly learn how to drive like 10 years from now, they're never going to learn how to drive a actual vehicle. Like they're just going to, learn how to, have certain procedures, or hey, if you get into a car, you get, what I'm saying? Like it's going to be focused on if you're in an autonomous car and the car has an accident or what, what I'm saying? Like it's going to be more focused on that. And I thought it was going to happen a lot quicker, but then like obviously older I got, kind of see how technology is progressing, and then really thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, I was like, it doesn't really make sense that it's going to happen this quickly.
This conversation has just made me think that I definitely need to have a podcast about automotive stuff.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead, sorry.
No, it really is. It's one of those things. Dude, I really thought it was going to happen quicker than it did, and I'm sure a lot of people did. We were promised certain things, but unless you work in technology, you or manufacturing or whatever, you realize that like, yeah, everyone has this motivational or motivating like factor of wanting to do all this stuff, but when it really comes down to it, I mean, when you're talking about driving, like it's a lot. Like, anyone that's been in any of these, I mean, first off, anyone that grew up in a certain era of time, like you get into a vehicle that says, oh yeah, there's self-driving, it has lane change, you know that like you get in that bitch and you're like, you're paranoid as whatever. Like you're trying to like basically just, you're still worried that this thing's going to kill you. Right. And to get over that feeling, yes, you get a little bit comfortable with the cruise control, stay in lane aspect. Those things I was like, even the first time I was in a car, I'm still like, this fucking car is going 75 miles an hour. Like, I'm not, like I'm still not trusting a computer, but that's when it comes into the generational shift to where that generation is going to trust that technology and them be like, oh, okay, well, I can just take a nap, stuff like that. Like I there's no way that I'm at that point in my life, but it's going to take time for that. And that's one mistake I guess I made in guessing or just seeing how this technology was going.
Well, I want to chime in here real quick. Did you hear Trump talk about no taxes on the interest payments of cars made in America today?
No interest payments.
So is a pretty good point for like Tesla.
Now, this might show my ignorance in finance, but I was always under the impression that you're not supposed to be taxed on the interest of a loan, typically.
Yeah, Tame. Sorry, I'm sorry. What were you saying? He's saying no interest on what?
I thought he was saying no interest on car payments in his speech. So
no interest on car payments. How's that work?
Right here he says it says Trump revised plan for tax deduction on car loan interest payments. Pushes sweeping tax cuts. So this is kind of be like the interest that you're paying on your car.
Yeah.
There's going to be a special tax deduction.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's no way in hell they're going to just negate your interest that you have to pay on your loan.
Well, if you can write it off on your taxes, depending on how big the tax deduction will be, that's huge. And this is really good for Tesla because they already have their built-in packages as well.
Yeah, but the interest rate on I believe on a Tesla loan, I think the last time I checked, it's still around the 6-7% rate.
And that's got credit over 750, I believe.
Yeah, so if I'm buying a car and I'm paying like, I don't know, I never bought a car and pay interest payments. I just pay cash. But
yeah,
if your interest is like maybe $50 per month, and you do that 12 months, that's an extra $500 tax deduction.
But are they really? I mean, is that really what they're saying? Is that you have a loan? And they're gonna
yeah. I'll put it in the general chat channel. You can look at that.
Okay. Yeah, because that'd be crazy. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that'd be.
Well, it's not on your car payment. It's just on the interest portion.
Yeah, I know. I get it. But I'm saying that like that's crazy. I mean, only on electric vehicles. Is what you're saying?
No, cars made in America.
Oh, okay. So electric vehicles, or no, all cars, not just electric.
All cars made in America, electric or gasoline.
Okay, so they're basically saying that if you get a 8% interest loan, they're gonna pay your interest payments every month.
They didn't say that, but they'll give you a tax deduction on it. They won't pay your interest, but they can give you a tax deduction, like money you're earning. Because look at it this way. People have to have a car to drive to work.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a win.
I mean, I prefer for us to put a little more investment in our public transit infrastructure, but that's just me.
Well, we've already, in my city, Charlotte, we've been expanding the public transportation sector for decades. We were one of the first big cities for buses.
Hey, that'd be some crazy ass shit if they were like, "Hey, man, I mean the used car market or whatever," or they'd be like, Holy shit.
Well, here's the issue with America's public transportation. It's nothing compared to what you find in Asia. We don't have bullet trains. It's not easy to go around major cities. Even the subway in New York City is like underdeveloped and old, dirty, lots of crime in it. So we do have a lot of public transportation issues. But at the same time, though, the money that people are saving on taxes for their interest payments, that could help help the people that are working class.
It would help to stimulate car buying.
And maybe some of those people on public transportation will now be
definitely
able
think
to afford a car.
Well, because I mean, Tame, if you think about it, though, you're basically saying that. I mean, let's say that happens, that would be like a 0% loan, right?
Not really. I mean, some people are still irresponsible.
Well, no, I'm just saying. Okay, sorry.
Can't we already write off our loans on our taxes? I mean, think about your student loans. You get a tax write-off on those based on the interest that you pay.
Well, I imagine this is for the people that are paying on time, and if you pay on time, your interest is going to be a lot cheaper, right? Especially those people that do the big 0% interest.
Well, your interest is fixed. So basically, depending on what kind of loan you get, is typically fixed. So you're gonna same amount of interest, regardless. So like you said, if you pay on time, whatever your interest payment was on your principal is that's what you pay every month. And the more you pay your principal down, the less interest you're paying because it's less it's less multiply. It's a lower multiplier. So, if you're late on your payments, then you're gonna have to pay more in interest because the interest is accrued more without you making a payment. So, but it's like, let's say you missed one payment and now you're having to wait to your next payment period to just cover both that and last payment. You have to pay double the interest payment, because the multiplier never changed, but the amount of time did. But the way I see this working is if they're saying, hey, we're going to give you an additional tax write-off for buying an American vehicle, I could see that. That would be great. But I don't see how they would give you even more savings other than, or how they would give you a tax write-off when you're already able, under current tax law, to write off interest of a loan or a loan payment. Student loan, mortgage, you name it. Now, I know a vehicle. Actually, no, I take that back.
I looked it up. Vehicles are not allowed.
Yeah, vehicles are not allowed. Yeah, I just remembered that. Now, if it's a company vehicle and you can prove that's a company vehicle and it's used, I think, for like 30-some% for company usage, and someone can correct me on that, but it has to be a company vehicle for it to be a write-off, and it's a write-off on your business taxes, not personal taxes. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay. Well, then that'd be great.
Yeah, that's cool.
Well, this would be good for companies that also rent a bunch of cars, like Hertz.
Well, isn't Hertz the one that went all in on buying all the Teslas?
Yes.
And they were like, oh, crap.
And it's very funny. Their stock pumped. Their stock pumped today. It went from like 390 up to 420.
Well, and you know what's funny is like I travel a lot for work, and like I'm not like I would rent electric vehicle. The problem is that a lot of times when you're traveling for work, you have to go in and out, right? So like I don't want to deal with like having to like find a charging station and like doing all this stuff. Like I just want to rent the car. I'm probably gonna only use like a fraction of the tank, get in, get out, and then I'm out, And I felt bad, like they'd be like, "Oh, well, you get a half price. You get you can rent these Teslas," and it's like, yeah, but then I got to bring it back. It's got to be above 80%, battery.
Yeah, and supercharging takes quite a long time, especially when the battery gets fuller and fuller. You have to spend more time.
Yeah, and I wasn't against it. It's just like I was just like, look, I only have this much time. I'm not trying to have to worry about that.
All right, bros. I'm gonna call it a night. I got work in the morning.
All
All
right.
right, man. Great talking to you.
Yeah,
Good
I'm
talking to you.
probably gonna go to sleep soon too. It's already 1 o'clock
Yeah,
in the
no,
morning.
I'm in now too. No, it was great talking to everyone.
I'm probably gonna turn off the stream. You guys have a good night.
You too,
All right,
man.
I'm out too, Tane.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
All right, later.